Good morning, Discord. Good morning, YouTube. All right, let's get into it. Let's see what we got. All right, all right. Okay, in pre-market, we had a significant push-up, little gap right here between 34.52 and 33.14. Let's let these early candles play out. Before we get started, do not consider this financial advice. Trading stocks involve risks. The owner of the channel, the traders that appear in the broadcast, and their affiliate companies are not liable for any losses inflicted in relation to its content. And then go to lightspytrading.com so I can get you sorted. Mr. Gomez, morning. All right, we have the 5 at 5 MAs at 45.86. Mr. Ramos, morning. Let's see if we test 41.49. On a 30-minute, we're just getting above the water. Above the water on the 5 and above the water on the 1. All right, they're already building it up right here. They're already building. I'm interested to see what they do here. Oh, excuse me. I want to see what they do here and here. All right, let's see how deep they want to pull back here. because this is pretty significant movement in pre-market. All right, let's see what they do at this checkpoint right here. Little hesitation. Let's see what they want to do right here. We'll see if we can get something like this. Let's let a couple cycles go by. We don't need to jump on the gun just yet. If they get above 39.73, we got to look the other way. I was just talking on mute. 10 seconds on the candle, 5 seconds. In the Discord, we're gonna look for something like this. All right, let's see if this purple is gonna get us to this red here, and then we want to look for a break and retest reject, which should align up with whatever I have right here. So let's say if it did dump again, this technically would be considered, well, in my opinion, thin liquidity, right? We want to see a deeper pullback, but this all depends on the strength of the trend. All right, so we're going to use purple for the day. We'll use our purple. Let's see if we can get a retest and reject underneath this red. Now for Discord, you know, you have to give it a little bit. We want to see this. Let's see if they want to come back and test this purple, or if it's strong enough to test whatever this red line is. 63, or excuse me, 36.56. If you took the purple, protect your trade. If you took red, you gotta protect your trade now. Don't get greedy. All right, for Discord, let's see if they reject underneath this lick box right here. Got about 2.5 minutes on the candle. About a minute left on the candle. All right, easy money. Just adjust your stops now. You survived the hard part, right? You survived the hard part. Now just adjust your stops. Look at that money. So look, remember I told you, if we break the purple, we want to see if we get to this red. If we break this red, we want to see if we retest and reject the red, which should align up with the break and retest of this lick box. So here's the break of the lick box, here's the retest of the lick box, and the rejection of the lick box. All right. Now, I'm not saying stop yourself out. I'm saying to adjust your stops accordingly. Don't get greedy. It's a nice early, there we go. Look at the money we just printed. Easy. Easy money. Easy. It's too easy. It's almost like we had a red line right here to tell us exactly what to do. man. Easy money. There we go. It's almost too easy. Look at that money. To answer your question, Jones, I'm just trying to be nice and calm, so people understand we don't have to be nervous when we're trading. We don't have to, you know, our setups are either gonna work or they're not. This is a business. There's no reason to start thinking too hard. Well, what if I'm wrong? Or this one candle scared me out. We need to get away from that. So I'm trying to sound nice and calm. So yeah, the call scenarios are already on the screen. There you go. There you go. Easy money, right? $620, Mr. Rom. Weird flex, bro. No, I'm just kidding. Congratulations, brother. Easy money. Easy money. Just don't overstay your welcome here, okay? Look at this money. Look at this money. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. It's almost like we had a red line to tell us exactly what to do and when to do it and what to look for. Amazing. Amazing. Go ahead and fix that car. If you join the Discord, you're gonna buy a new car. Look at this one. Look at this money. All right, Discord. Listen, I told everyone, watch for the break, the retest, and I said, let's see if we reject here. If we reject, we can look for this now, right? Very simple. Very simple. Oh my goodness. We could be done for the day right here. We could be done for the day. 20 minutes. 20 minutes of work. You couldn't pay me to be a gosh darn doctor or a lawyer or an engineer. That would be a pay cut. That would be a pay cut. No, thank you. Not interested. Now, I do respect their work, but it ain't for me. I bruise too easy. Ooh, my goodness. All right, our first, let's look for this right here. If it wants to head up, we got to be above whatever I have, 37.29. So there's no call scenario until somewhere around here. This was a good play. All right. This was, how much was this? From 36.56 all the way down to 34. 2 points. 2 points early morning. If you took the purple, good on you. Now, I did say that this is thin liquidity. If it did want to dump from here, this is thin liquidity. Depends on the strength of the move. Ideally, in a normal situation, we would have liked it to grab a little more off of 38.03-ish. But you know, we had the strength. We had the strength on our side. In other words, we had momentum on our side. All right, good. That was a good move. I like it. That was a good move. want to have a nice, calm, cool demeanor. $123%. All right, brother. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. 123%. Amazing. Now look, you really need to start thinking about calling it a day. Like, you're never going to grow the account if we just sit here and think it's just going to be that easy all day. You know, the morning is what we like to attack. So we're probably going to have a 50-50 somewhere around here. Somewhere over here is probably going to be a 50-50. Or essentially a rejection of 36.56 again. Let's see if they want to test this and reject 36.56 again. This was that was not easy, but it just had to be like that, right? I already had the call scenarios drawn out. We only had the put scenario as an option. That was the only option we had, was the put scenario. Early this morning, we were going to look for calls above whatever I have here, 41.49. So there was no other, I didn't give any other option other than the put scenario. It just had to be like that. Not that I had to, but you know what I mean. This is the highest likelihood of success. Look at that. We had a good day. We had a very good day. Now, if it wants to head down, look for the dance over here. Somewhere over here. If it wants to head down. Now on these calls, I may be a little conservative. I don't want to be too risky, so let's wait for it. Yeah, so we're gonna see if we're gonna retest the lick box and reject. So it may take a little bit. Okay, good. Good job, Jimmy. Good job, brother. Now, as long as you... Now, maybe if you want to take a couple paper trades to test your skill, but not your skill. Basically, your ability to hold. If you want to do that, that's fine. I get that. But if you have 123% profit, you know, this is the only way you can build your account. Think about it. We did 20 minutes of work. This is the goal that everyone has. This is the dream everyone has. Sitting here doing this all day is not the dream everyone has. Well, I don't know what you guys dream about, but it's not sitting staring at charts, I'm pretty sure. You want to do 20 minutes in and out, an hour maybe, sometimes 2 hours. I think 2 hours is a good amount of time. We figure out the morning stuff, we get the morning out of the way, and then call it. That's normally how I trade. However, since we've been getting more viewers that trade longer, I've been staying on longer, but you know, 2 hours is probably all you need. Now, some of you probably hesitated. You probably hesitated on all these candles. And then now you're thinking, I'm going to get the next one. I'm going to get the next one. I'm going to get the next one. You have to get that mind. You have to get that out of your mind. You have to allow the setups to happen. We can't chase candles from here. So in between, look, I already have the lick box. In between here, there's probably nothing to do. We're gonna need another break and retest underneath. Now, if you're in here, so you know, on the 1 minute chart, it'll look like this. On the 5 minute chart, if you're in here trying to play the game, then that's on you. It's probably a 50-50 right here. We need to understand what the A+ setups are. We need to understand what they look like. So then when it happens, you're less likely to hesitate. But especially if I have a gosh darn red line right here. I got a red line drawn, you know, that probably means something. I'd actually prefer a move up, probably closer up here. So from here, here's our ideal setup. This would be ideal, right? We want to look for some, here, let me clean up the chart. I'll leave actually I can leave it, it's not too messy. Here's what the ideal setup would look like from here. You want to look for this, this, and this. Something like this. Now, if this down move is strong, we should see a dance on this purple again. Now, if you're new, take your time with this stuff. It's going to take you a little bit of time and a little bit of repetition so you can understand what I'm saying, so you can understand when I'm actually making the call outs on the setups, basically my language, and what risky or less risky plays are. So you need a little bit of time. This isn't a get rich quick scheme, not by any stretch of the imagination, so don't think that. All right, let's see what they do here, okay? And if you are new and you're getting the quick, easy money, don't let that lead you into a false sense of security. Don't think, you know, they're all gonna work, because they all don't. Not all of them work. So don't over leverage. You'll be fine. You'll be fine. It's very hard to be wrong twice in a row. We just have to allow what needs to happen, and we need to not be greedy. Take the profit when you see it. However, with that being said, you also have to let the winner win. Let the play out. You know, we don't know the extent of how far a red or a green candle is going to go. We just have our key levels that we're working off of. We have our rangers that we're working off of. We have our lick boxes that we're working off of. Okay? So we need to let certain things happen. Certain things must happen. Now, if you miss that first one, then you're gonna have to deal with a lot of, some significant drawdown on the plays from here on out. So you're gonna have to hold, allow, survive. Every time I say survive, for example, this would be a survive. You got to survive the break. So a break and retest is gonna be a survive, right? You gotta survive. You gotta survive. Once you survive, then you can adjust your stops. So if it still wants to continue down, we're looking for this. This would be ideal, somewhere up here. Now, if you're using a 5-minute chart, this is going to be, look how smooth. Look how smooth. I recommend the 5-minute chart. So let them figure out what they're gonna do here. This is our 50-50 on the 5-minute chart. Let them figure it out. There's a little bit of no man's land right in between here, just a little bit. If you look at the drawdown, you're gonna have to survive, right? So you need to let the plays play out. If you follow any one of the exit strategies that I have listed, you'll be fine. You just have to actually follow it, I know it takes a little bit of courage, a little bit. Now, whenever you see a path or a 50-50 or a flexion, I don't know when, right? I don't know when. You have to look at the price. Whatever this thing is at, look at the price next to it, off to the side of it. Wherever this thing is at, look at the price. I get these paths right maybe 80% of the time. We have to worry about that 20% when it's not exactly on the path. 80% of the time, it'll be on the path. But there's 20% where it's not. So in order to mitigate any confusion there, I'm telling you right now, look at the price. Okay. If you're on the 5-minute chart and you're taking this purple, measure risk to reward to what is this? 3502. Otherwise, your best bet is to wait till a BRR underneath the lick box. Got about a little under 3 minutes on this candle. I'm here, just gonna be quiet for a little bit. I'm just gonna let it play out. Thank you, Tracy. Tracy says that Powell will be speaking soon. Our live reporter on the ground, Tracy. Thank you, Tracy. All right, let's see if they're forming a wedge inside here. Let's see if they're doing this. Either way, all the setups are still the same. On the we're gonna have to translate. I don't have a oh yeah. So, you know, either above this 50-50 here for calls, or break and retest underneath the lick box for puts on the 5 minute. Same setup, nothing's changed. I'm going to be a little more conservative on this. I can't move it. A little more conservative on this. So for the call scenario, kind of a lot has to happen. If it does break this blue, I would expect a strong move and then a strong pullback. So this is going to be your best bet, somewhere up here. And then if it decides to go to the downside, it's probably going to be, what do you call it, a lot of chop. But we'll see. No need to try to guess. We know what needs to happen now. Now we know what needs to happen. respecting both this blue and this purple. Both of them are being respected. Got about 20 seconds on the candle. Let them figure out what they want to do in here, in this wedge. Wait for some confirmations. You're not going to be late. Just wait for the confirmation. Wait till it's clear. Wait till it's very clear. You're not going to be late. They tagged 36.56 again. So they have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 attempts at 36.56. Wait until you get clear direction. You're not going to be late. Just give it some time. Wait until it's clear to you. I know we all want to get in at the best possible price, so because we don't like dealing with drawdown. I understand that. I get it. Just because you don't like dealing with any red candles in your way That's why you want to get in at the very bottom so you can at least collect and protect something. You don't want to have to go through negative. I get it. But in this situation, you got to wait until it's clear. Got about a minute left on this candle. All right, we want to see if we get a strong red, 2 green, and then red continuation. A little under 3.5 minutes on the candle.
bitch on that beat going crazy.
Brand new candle started. All right, about 3.5 minutes on this one. All right, if you took this purple, it's time to protect the trade. They're still respecting this blue. They're still respecting this blue. So protect your trade if you took purple, okay? Look, we identified the wedge in here. We already identified this wedge. If you're waiting for your safety, quote unquote safety, wait for the break and retest underneath the lick box. There's nothing wrong with that. I told you, if it breaks to the downside, it's gonna look like this. I told you exactly what it was gonna look like. It's gonna be choppy on the way down. Let's see if we can get just a little bit more out of this. As long as you don't overstay your welcome and you're willing to take profit, you'll be fine. You'll be fine. All right, we're gonna go ahead and call this purple right here. This is a good move. So if you took purple, there, look at the money we just printed. Look at this money we just printed. Nice, beautiful, beautiful. Look at the money we just printed. Look, the call scenario had to be up here, right? Had to be up here. Your put scenario was a break of purple. Was a break of purple. We announced that this morning. Now we're coming to the bottom of the lick box. Protect your trade. I'm not saying to stop yourself out. I'm saying to be reasonable or take your profit. Figure out who you are as a trader. This is the time where you need to reflect and figure out, you know, do I want to take on key level? Can I hold through? Look what it is. You see what's happening. You see all the volatility. You see the engulfing candles. Can you handle another, can you survive another wave? That's what you need to ask yourself. But the entry, we don't have to worry about our entries. We just have to figure out our exit. We just need to figure out the exit. The entries are spot on. Your boy don't miss. Look at the money we just printed. Look at this money. And I'm telling you, use the 5-minute chart. It's a lot easier. It's smoother. You're not gonna have to deal with this. Use the 5-minute chart and stay away from the brokerage. Take your trade. All right, look, now we're getting to the bottom of the lick box here. Now figure out your life. Now you need to figure out your life, right? The entry was on purple. Break a purple with the wedge. Look at the money. From, let's see. Well, let's say you took this one here. From 35.95 to 34.71. This is good money. I told you, if it goes to the downside, expect I told you what to expect, right? Expect all this. If it went to the upside, I want to see a strong break of this blue and a significant retracement back into it or back to the blue. It's very simple. There you go. There you go. Gotta hold, right? There you go, east side. Gotta hold. You gotta let the play out, because we know where the risk is already. I've already identified the risk right here. And if you're waiting for quote unquote safety, wait for it to get underneath here. There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that. But this played out perfect. Let me go ahead and I'm just gonna clean up the chart. This played out perfect. Now, how long has this been here? A very long time. Very long time. This play was absolute perfection. Now you understand we need to let whatever's gonna happen. You knew where your stop needed to be on puts, right? If you got in anywhere on this purple, your stops had to be, not had to be, but I already have the risk marked out for everybody. It's already marked out. So if your price went up here, then you may want to look the other way. Until then, we broke the purple. So now you just gotta allow it to go to the next level, which was exactly on our lick box. This is not an accident. It's just math. Look, this play from here played out perfect. I'm just gonna move the 50-50 over right underneath the 50-50 right there. So that, other than being spot on, there's nothing more I can do. It's up to you to let it play out. Let the contract gain value. Now look, I told you, if it breaks blue, we want to see a large spike, right? Oh man, it's almost like we already knew. Let me clean up the chart just a bit. But this break of purple, this is textbook. This was textbook. Now let's see what they want to do in here. Now there's nothing to do, right? If you're looking for quote unquote safety, wait for this. You gotta wait for it. Because if it wants to break blue, we expect a big spike and a retracement back down. So we need to see all this, right? So let it happen. Now you know what your calls are. You know where your puts are. It simply must be like this. There's no other way around it. Now look, all I did was move this over to the side. I just moved this slightly over to the, or a couple ticks over to the side. So now they're testing the 50-50. Now we got to see what they want to do. If you want any kind of quote unquote safety on puts, it's got to be underneath the lick box, whatever I have here. As long as we don't overstay our welcome, we're going to be fine. Take the profit. Take the profit when you can. Certain things need to happen. Once it happens, we have a much higher probability of success. If you're allowing the red candle to scare you out and not allowing it to play out, you need a paper trade for a little bit until you find that comfort. Now look, they're testing 36.56 again. 1, 2, 3, 4 attempts. So if we get above this and make this support, then we know what to look. We know what to aim for. But all of that needs to happen first. 36.56 is obviously something important. Okay, now they're forming the horizontal liquidity, right? So it's going to be supply and demand. I can already see it. It's going to be supply and demand from here. So now for sure, well, not for sure, but the highest likelihood is going to be underneath the lick box, on top of the lick box. This is what it is. Excuse me, not on top of the lick box here, because I want to protect against the stop hunt. We want to form support at 36.92 for calls, and so it's like this here. I'm doing too much talking. Too much talking, not enough working. Like this. These are the setups, okay? They're still respecting this blue. This is what? A liquidity grab or a stop hunt. We'll figure it out. If they keep going up, we'll know. As of right now, we don't know. Let them figure it out. We just know where the best setups are. And then don't overstay your welcome. Allow it to get into profit. Give yourself a reasonable stop. When I'm saying reasonable, I mean, okay, let me clarify reasonable, because that may be of unclear. Reasonable means above the last high. It has to be a little bit above. You know, if you're in puts, it has to be a little bit above, because on the contract, it's going to be different, because they have to factor in all the Greeks, the theta, the delta, the vega. All this needs to be factored in. So a little bit above. If you put it exactly on the high, watch, look. This was the high on the break of purple. It was here at 36.78. What they do, they went right to 36.92. 20 cents just to stop you out. $1 on your contract just to stop you out, grab liquidity, and then shoot back down, right? So we have to give it a little bit more room than above the last high or below the last low, because we have to factor in the Greeks. We have to factor in stop hunts. This is why I draw the paths the way I do, because it has to look like that. If it doesn't look like that, then that's fine. That's not our setup. And whoever's, if you can make a buck in this, good on you. But from here, I see diagonal liquidity. I see the horizontal liquidity. I no longer see the diagonal liquidity. So from this point here, algos be damned. When they happen again, I'll let you know. But let's recap, right? I told you if it breaks the purple, expect it to be choppy on the way down to exactly to our bottom of our lick box. perfect. I told you, if it breaks this blue, expect a spike, significant drawdown before continuation. So now let them figure this out. Your best bet somewhere up here. We don't need to get involved here. There's nothing for us to do in here. This play played out perfectly. Been here for hours. We are not, this is not for retail, okay? We gotta wait for them to figure it out. Let them fight it out. We're gonna identify who's gonna win. We already have it identified who's gonna win. And then all you gotta do is let the winner win. Because they're gonna fight. They're fighting about it. You just gotta let your winner win. Very simple. We don't even need to think. You don't need to think too hard. Sometimes we have analysis paralysis where we see, oh, okay, here's a green candle. Oh, okay, here's a red candle. And you know, we let the candles try to dictate what we're gonna do. We need to allow liquidity and momentum. We need to allow the liquidity and the momentum to give us an idea of our best setup, not individual candles. Let this play out in here. I'm gonna get up and circulate some blood. I'll be right back. I don't want to leave now. Hold on. We want to see if they form support at whatever this red line is here. 36.56. We want to see if they make support here. Our ideal break of blue would be up here. Somewhere up here. But we don't know if it's there yet, so let me put it away. I'm here, I'm just being quiet. I'm gonna go off to the side. I'm still here, I'm paying attention. I just need to get up and walk around for really quick. I'll be right back, don't overtrade. All right, look, I told you, if this blue breaks, expect a strong push, significant drawdown before the push back up to where? Right here, right? So all of that happened. Now you need to figure out who you are. Figure out what you want to do here. Here's the 50-50. So if you took the break of this blue, you had to survive the drawdown. I literally said exactly what was gonna happen. All of it happened perfectly. All of it. I told you what was gonna happen on the break of this purple. All of it happened perfectly. Every single target was okay. Hold on, let me pay attention here. Every target was hit. Every single target was hit. Uh-huh. Oh my goodness. All right, let's see if we make support at 3803. Look at the money we just printed. Get out of my face. Look at that. All right, don't overstay your welcome, right? Oh my goodness. How long has this been here? I don't even know how long. I lost track. Look at the money we just printed. I wish I can do the Michael Jackson scream. Ow! All right. Take your profit, right? Take your profit. This was kind of easy. Not easy, but not easy. I know it's not easy. I know none of this is easy. But I mean, damn, it's almost like someone told you exactly what was going to happen an hour ago. Over an hour. All right, if you're waiting for this retest of this lick box, wait for the retest. No big deal. But look, Discord, this is our entry, right? On the blue. This is our entry on the blue. Just don't get greedy. Right back to key level. Look at what I drew. Look where it ended. Not ended, but you know, I can only be. Look, I told you what to look out for. I told you where the risk was already. Above this, now you know. Now you know. Here's our. I even told you we're coming up to the 50-50. We broke the blue. We broke the 50-50. We had great continuation. Look where my line ended. This is precision. It doesn't get any better than this. It simply cannot. It's as long as you don't overstay your welcome, you'll be fine. Mr. Gomez says, glad I held my call. There you go. Let it play out. Let it play out. It's our best bet. It's our best bet. Whatever the shit is we're doing here, it works. That's all I know. I know it works. Prove me wrong. The best on the internet. The best doing it on the internet. The best. The best. No one else is doing this shit. No what? Nobody. Not like this. And look, now you know from here. This is it has to be up here. If we get up here, then we're going to look for our call entry again. Very simple. Very simple. Oh, man. We had a good day. All right, just a quick recap. We had a break of our red ranger for the win. We had a break of our purple for the win. And then we had a break of our blue for the win. And if that wasn't good enough, we had this little flexion right here for the win. So even if you did take the flexion, what was it at? 37.50 all the way to 38.84. This is good money. You couldn't pay me to be a doctor, a lawyer, an engineer. That would be a pay cut. No, thank you. This is, I'm not supposed to say it's too easy. That's why they shadow banned me, but do not consider this financial advice. Trading stocks involve risks. The owner of the channel, the traders that appear in the broadcast, and their affiliate companies are not liable for any losses inflicted in relation to its content. Once you get done reading that, go to livespytrading.com. I'll get you sorted. I will get you sorted. Look at the perfection on this flex. Come on now. Look, the put scenario had to be down here. It simply had to be, which I've been saying for gosh, I don't know how long now. But it had to be down here. It had to do all of this. If it doesn't do this, then we don't have a put scenario. The call scenario, probably what? Above the 50-50. When do we get above the 50-50? Over here. On the break of our blue. If you didn't want to take blue, fine. Then you had the top of the lick box. We can, there's always money to be made. You just got to understand. You just got to allow the contracts to get some time to gain value. If you keep stopping yourself out every time it goes into profit, it's gonna look, the candles, they're going to go back into the last one. It's going to happen almost every time. Now the home runs, they're gonna come. They're gonna come where they just stack. one on top of another, on top of another, and you can just chase it candle by candle. But for the most part, they're going to retrace back into each other. They're going to retrace back into each other. You got to allow it to hit our targets. Or to take your profit wherever you feel comfortable with. We don't have to worry about the entries. The entries we don't have to worry about. It's the exit. The entries are solid. We know this already. Man, we had a good day. We had a very good day. And look, how many times has, let's say we're looking, you're waiting for the call, but the candle went, you didn't get in exactly on here, and the candle went through the blue. And then you're like, oh no, I'm too late. And then you see it come back a little bit. You're like, oh, thank God I didn't get in on this play. And then it continues. How many times does that happen? If that keeps happening to you, you need to paper trade until you get comfortable with being uncomfortable. The paper trade will give you a cushion, right? And I get it. We're all geniuses on paper trade, right? We're all taking 50 contracts on paper trade. I get it. But you need to actually stick to a plan, stick to a strategy. If you don't stick to it, then what are we doing? What are we doing? How are we ever going to know if this is going to be a thing for you? Not that it's not a thing for you, but if you can allow what needs to happen. Once you allow it to happen a few times, it gets much easier. And it just gets much easier. Because at a certain point, you'll know, okay, this trade either is a winner or loser. At a certain point, you'll know. And the losers, you'll know because it has to be below. If you're in calls, below the last low. If you're in puts, above the last high. That's just what it is. And not exactly on it, a little bit above. Because they're going to try to slap you in the face and keep going. A little bit above. But we had a good day today. If you made money, you really need to think about calling it a day. You really need to think about calling it a day. Sitting here doing this all day, that's just unhealthy. No, I'm kidding. But you got to preserve the account. You got to preserve the account. And, besides me drawing exactly where the risk is, there's nothing more I can do. This is exact. It doesn't get, this is precise. This is precision. All right, look, let's set up the next one, right? Let's set up the next one. It's still going to be underneath here. If you're looking for a little bit more risk, let's see if it breaks back inside like this. If you're looking for a little more risk, I recommend underneath here. This is what I recommend. All right, let's see if they do a dance here on this purple. All right, we need to see if they want to stay inside the purple or if they want to break the purple. Remember, we want to see a dance somewhere around here. All right, look, for any more downside, if you're a little bit more risky, there's a micro liquidity up in here. So let's see if we break this little micro liquidity. There's a micro liquidity right up in here. Let's see if we break and retest underneath. But if you're in here, you're playing the game. If you're up in here, you're playing the game. The call entry, somewhere up here. It's already marked out. The put entry, somewhere down here. So right now we're in this no man's land right here. There's nothing to do in no man's land. Okay, we got chop. Chopping around. So we're still inside this purple here. You see it? We're still inside this purple. If we get above 37.51, we're going to start to look for calls. What did I say? 37. Yeah, somewhere around here. We're going to start to look for calls somewhere around here. Or wait, we already have the blue right here, so we'll see how the blue treats us. Your best bet from this point on puts is going to be below this liquidity box. That's the answer. Just going to clean up the chart just a bit. This is still a thing. Here, what I'll do is I'll make it a little more prevalent. Well, that was ugly. So from here, your call scenario, your best bet is up here. If you're being risky, it's going to be on the blue. Your best bet for puts is going to be down here. If you're being risky, whenever it does this, whatever I have drawn out on the screen. Otherwise, we're in purple until we're not. Let's check higher time frame. All right, so we wanted to see if we're gonna get a red candle, 2 green, and then red continuation. So let's wait for that. I think I was on mute. So look, on our 30-minute chart, rewind the tape. We want to see if we're going to get 1 red, a strong red candle, 2 green, and then red continuation. So let's wait for that, okay? The call scenario is kind of far away. Our put, kind of close. So let's see, this is 30 minutes. Yeah, the call scenario is somewhere above this. We're in horizontal liquidity here, all right? We're just going, it's supply and demand. Supply and demand. All right, now we want to see what they want to do on blue and on purple. So if blue breaks, we also want support to form at 38. Like this. Ideally, we like to see a dance on blue. Maybe something like that. Let's see if we're forming another wedge in here. I'm just going to clean the chart just a bit. If it gets below 37, we got to look the other way. All right, still inside blue. $50 seconds on the candle. A little under a minute. If you want some type of confirmation on this blue, wait for that, right? All right, started a brand new candle on blue. All right, they're still respecting blue. We got 2 minutes on this candle. Let's see if we can break blue and break above the water. And it's lunchtime, so compression time. They're still respecting this blue. So I'm gonna mute. I'm just gonna talk to the Discord really quick, just to give some quick info. Give me 1 second, YouTube. This is just for Discord only. One moment. How do I do it? All right, I'm back. Let's see what we got. Heavy resistance at 38.03. Discord, go ahead and protect this trade. 4 minutes on the candle.
Rage on that beat, going crazy.
I wasn't talking. I'm just here. I'm not talking. I'm watching it play out. But we will give some analysis. Look, for the call, we wanted not only to break the blue, we wanted to form support on 83, or excuse me, 38. We needed to form support at 38. We needed to 3803 over here. We needed to do this. We need to form some type of support on 38. The reason why we want this to happen is so we don't get caught with the stop hunt. Let's let it play. If you did take blue and you protected the trade, you should be fine. You should be fine. When I said Discord, protect the trade, right? That should have been your clue to start adjusting your stop. And then we had the break of our purple to finish off this wedge. My bad. I was just being quiet. So whenever I'm saying protect your trade, you probably need to pay attention to that. You need to pay attention to that. Meaning if you took blue and I'm saying protect this trade, you need to start adjusting your stop. So if you took blue, well, maybe you got in a little bit late, but definitely said protect the trade. Break of blue is here. Protect the trade. Minimum you needed to be at 3803 to protect the trade. If you're looking for the puts was on the break of purple. But remember, we needed this, and this to happen. We needed to form support at 38. On the 1 minute, it's 3803. If you took the purple from 37.29 down to 36.23, this is good money. This is good money right here. I'm just gonna clean up the chart. Now we have a new member, Amy. Welcome, Amy. Amy made her first 700, first three-figure day. Amazing. Amazing. Now look, Amy, every day is not gonna be easy, right? It's not always gonna be this easy. We have to let whatever's gonna happen, happen. And it's hard to be wrong twice in a row. Just remember that. So if you didn't get a proper fill on blue, or if you didn't protect it in time, you knew where the other setup was, right? It's on purple. So the reason why we always want to wait for the break and retest and reject is because we need to know that they're done with this level here. We need to get some type of confirmation. We've got a little under a minute and a half on this candle. The 30 saying sideways. The 5 is saying sideways. The 1 is saying sideways. I'm just going to clean up the chart. And look, if you're looking for any type of safety, nothing's changed. Above, whatever this level is here, let's say 39.65. And below this lick box here, nothing's changed. Still the same thing. So remember what I said. I said if it breaks blue, we need to see 38 form support. If it shoots off without us, then my bad. It shoots off without us. Nothing we can do about that. But we need it to do, you know, whatever it is that I said it needed to do. We'll call, I mean, technically, I think we can call this blue as well. 37.79. Yeah, this is our 30 cents here. You would have needed to get in exactly. Well, even if you got filled at the worst possible time. Let's see. 37.93. Yeah, this is the 30 cents here. You just would have needed to get filled. Worst case on the top of the. Even if you got the worst fill. But this is a good example of what I'm talking about when I say, if it shoots off without us, oh well, my bad, right? You can't really predict that sort of stuff. What we want to look for are the setups. The setups would have been like this, when it formed some type of support at 38. So nothing's changed. Put scenario still underneath. What is this? 34.65-ish. Nothing's changed. Until then, we're still in chop. If you're looking for safety calls above 39.90, if you're playing the game in here, this is the risk. Look, if you made money today, you see the environment we're in. If you made money today, you really need to start thinking about calling it a day. It's not going to get any easier from here. A lot needs to happen for any type of quote unquote safety or security. A lot. Here, we'll call this one. Technically this is a winner too, but it all depends, right? Some people are scalping, some people are trying to swing for the fences. I'm trying to accommodate everybody. But it was very important when I said, protect this trade, that you did exactly that. When I'm saying protect the trade or adjust your stops, that means that's when you go into the brokerage and you start, being reasonable with your stop. All right, whatever we have right here, this is the answer. We're going to look for calls above 3888, puts below 3502. That's the answer. This is sideways chop. We're stuck in this range right here. You're gonna have to wait for either this or this. That's the answer. If you're still holding from the break of this purple, you need to start adjusting your stop. You're looking for a second bite at the apple at 36.10. Okay, I'm gonna set alerts. This is what I'm looking for. Otherwise, I'm not interested in the chop in between here. Not interested in chop. I'm looking for either this or this. If it doesn't happen, then it doesn't happen. There's no setup. I'm gonna step away for a quick second. I'm gonna get up and circulate some blood. I suggest you do the same. I'll be right back. Don't overtrade. Before I go, second bite at the apple here. Don't overstay your welcome. Adjust your stop, okay? You survived the hard part. You survived the first wave, right? Now adjust your stop. $36.10. There. It hit. Now you adjust. If you took this blue and you got stopped out, oh well. Look at the other direction, right? It's hard to be wrong twice in a row. I'm gonna mute this and go into Discord really quick. I want everyone to pay attention really quick. I'm just gonna mute the YouTube mic. So it's very specific. I'm giving very specific instructions on what to do here. And it has to be whatever I'm saying, right? So above the water would have happened if we would have formed support on 38. So when I did this, that's when we would know we're above the water. So all of it had to happen. Otherwise, it's the break of purple. So if you're front running the plays because you keep, I don't know, let's say you're hesitating and you're like, damn, I should have got in there. I should have got in there. Number one, don't front run the plays. Number two, if it goes without you, it goes. Let it go. There's always another setup around the corner. Don't FOMO into, it has to be the A1 setup. It has to do exactly what I'm saying. It needs to look exactly what, or you know, that's our best bet, is to just let it happen. Let it happen. If you took blue, you got to protect the trade. That's what I was saying. If we get above this, then you let it run a little bit. Now, if you took this purple, you survived the hard part. Now you need to start protecting your trade, right? Or, excuse me, adjusting your stop. Your trade should have been protected a long time ago. Now you adjust your stop. Very specific instructions. It has to be, not that it has to be, but it's our best bet. It's our best bet. And let's say you did take blue because you thought, you know, a lot of us have a bias and we think, okay, this looks like whatever is in my head that I think it needs to look like. Then it's hard to be wrong twice in a row. Okay? It's hard to be wrong twice in a row. So if you put your stop, let's say you bought a call here, you put your stop below the last low right here, you would have been stopped out. You would have seen purple. Purple broke. Okay, I know what I need to do. It's hard to be wrong twice in a row. And then look at the money. Look at the money. So look, as long as we follow those very specific instructions, as long as we follow it, it's our best bet. And it's okay to get it wrong every now and again, but it's very hard to be wrong twice in a row. I mean, we prove it every day, but you know, this was still able to get money. As long as you protected the trade when I said, you'll be fine. You would have been fine. When I said protect the trade, you know, we just got to follow the instruction. That's all. We'll be fine. Look at the money that's printed on purple. Look at the money that's been printed on purple. Look at this money. money that we just printed. You see the hesitation in between no man's land right here? All right, start adjusting your stop. I'm not saying to stop yourself out. You should still be following your exit strategy. But don't get greedy. Start adjusting. Remember this little area right here. So let's see what they want to do here. This little micro liquidity level. Pretty much the only reason why I'm saying to adjust is because of this micro liquidity. It may be a little hectic right now. Let this settle out. I'm going to be right back. Don't overtrade. All right, I'm back. Let's see what we got. Okay, yeah, we knew it was gonna get a little hectic right here because this micro liquidity box is gonna be violent. They're inviting violence. Really quick for those just joining, I want to give a quick synopsis of our day. Earlier today, we knew there was going to be a break and retest of this lick box here. This is absolute perfection right here, and we were able to ride this put all the way down to our key level. This was actually, if I'm being, oh wait, this was actually here. So we were able to ride it down to the red. We identified the purple as our put scenario. Here's the purple, here's the win. We identified blue as our call scenario. Here's the blue, here's the win. And recently, there was a blue here. It was short-lived. I told everyone, protect this trade. Pretty much right on time. So trade was protected right here if they did take the blue. However, we saw a wedge forming. In order for this blue to hit, we needed all this to happen right here. We needed to form support at 83, or excuse me, 38. We need to form support at 38. On the 1 minute, it was up here. Yeah, we need to form support right here. However, if you got stopped out on blue, no big deal, because we knew purple was our entry for puts, right? So then the put scenario, winner. I think this is probably the big win for the day. Now, if you're looking for any safety, it has to be below this 34.69 on a break and retest. It's gotta look like this. Otherwise, in here, it's gonna be violent. They want violence. If you're looking for calls, it has to be somewhere up here. Somewhere here. This is a call scenario on the 1 minute chart. So they tested the bottom of the lick box right here. 1, 2, let's see if we get a third time. If they tested 3 times. We got a lot of liquidity built up in this blue. So if they did want to head up, let's say if they wanted to do this right here, reasonable. So we have to know what they're going to do underneath this red. You want to see a break and retest underneath the red because you don't want to get caught on a stop hunt. If you do take it, you know, you got, I think the exit strategies give you 2 options or 3 options really. You take it and you chase it. You take it, You put your stop where it needs to be and you let it play out, or you wait for the break and retest. That's the only way to play this down here. Right here, you know, the entry was on purple. So there's no trading inside of here because there's no setup in here. The setup has to be somewhere up here or somewhere below here. That's the setup. If you're FOMOing now saying like, oh, well, we're still in the blue, you know, then you're at the mercy of all this movement here. And for the new member, take your time with this stuff, okay? Don't over leverage. Take your time. So we're in this blue until we're not. Let them figure out. You see all this liquidity right here? Let them figure it out. Whenever it breaks, it's going to move. It's going to move. You won't be late. But if you hesitate, then you're going to be like, oh no, I'm too late. And then you're going to try to FOMO in at the wrong time. You're going to FOMO in on the pullback. You're going to get stopped out, and then it's going to continue on. Or just let whatever needs to happen. You don't even need to think. I'm telling you right now, it has to be like this. There's no other way. Whatever I have on the screen, it has to be like that. Exactly whatever I have on the screen. Otherwise, you're just stuck in this chop. All right, they're changing up the algo now. They have adjusted the algorithm. Look for a dance on this green. The dance on the green should get us to bottom of the lick box. If you're still in the play from the break of this purple, you need to start moving your stop now. I'm not saying to stop yourself out. I'm saying to adjust. Remember, look for the dance right here. Somewhere over here. We want to see the dance. If it breaks straight through and just dumps, my bad. My bad. I'm here. I'm just being quiet. Got about 3.5 minutes on the candle. Little over 2 minutes on this candle. little over a minute. Let's see what they got. They close back inside green. We need to close below. If we get above 36.89, we gotta look the other, or 36.92, we gotta look the other way. We need to close below this green. If you're looking for quote unquote safety, it's gotta look like this. Whenever this happens, it's got to look like this. Okay. Little under, little 215 on the candle. About a minute left. We need to see if we can get below 34.97. Okay. A little more. On a 30-minute, this 35, what is this? 34.89, I believe it is. 34.89 right here. Heavy support. Hello, is it still going? I haven't seen it move in like, oh, okay. There's a lot of support right here on 34.89. When it breaks, if it breaks, it's gonna break. Remember, if you're looking for any quote-unquote safety on puts, you want to be below this red. Okay, break a green, right to the target, right? I told you, if we get above a certain level, then we got to look the other way. That should have been where I'm not saying where you should have, but an idea where your stop needed to be. Everything played out perfect, right? Just a little bit of hesitation. Now let's see if we get the retest. If you're waiting for the retest, then wait for it. The alert went off. I told everyone, when this green breaks, look at the money. Okay, let's see what we got. I told everyone when this green breaks, it's gonna go to this. At minimum, we're gonna get to here. I told everybody in the world. And Mr. or Mrs. Jens Derek, I appreciate your offer. However, I believe you're listening right now. I appreciate your offer and thank you for your compliments on my ability. However, I don't need any assistance in that manner. I do very well on my own. Look at the money we're printing. I do very well on my own. Thank you for the offer. However, it's not going to happen. If anything, it seems like you need my help, and I'm here to help you. And I'm not being condescending at all. I'm being honest. If your goal is to make money, which I'm assuming you're reaching out about this sort of stuff that we're talking about right now, about day trading, clearly I don't need anyone's help. Sebs asked a question, what was the offer? The offer is that basically if I do the trades and they give me a certain split, if they give me a whole bunch of money, right? They're going to give me a whole bunch of money. I do the trades and then they get a split. No. All my family members say the same thing. How about I just give you some money and you give me a certain percentage? That's not how it works. Look at the money we're printing right now. Jens Derek, look at the money. You need me. I don't need you. Look at the money we're printing. Easy money. And I'm not calling you out trying to be mean or anything. I'm just saying, oh my goodness, look at the money we're printing. Oh my gosh. No, not that. No. They didn't offer anything like that. It was business. Oh man, if that was my business, I'd be broke. I'd be completely broke. Oh man, Seb said, oh, it sounded sexual in nature the way you phrased it. No. It was a business. Look at the money we're printing. I told everybody on the break of this green, this is the money right here. Look at green money. Look. Oh my goodness. Oh my gosh. Easy claps. Easy money. I told you, look, red. It was 2 weeks. And I even told you how to play red. Look, you either chase it, you're waiting for the retracement, or you're figuring out your life. I don't know, but I gave all the entries and exits. There's nothing more I can do. Look at the money we just printed. Jens Derek, the proof is right there. You need me. I don't need you. Thank you for the offer. However, I have a community that's depending on me, and it doesn't work the way, whatever you think how it works, it don't work like that. It does not work like that. And you keep emailing me, and I appreciate it. Believe me, I'm very flattered by the offer, but I'm self-made. I don't need it. I don't need anyone's money. Like I do okay. Look at the money we just printed. I'm not calling you out. I probably shouldn't have used your name, but this goes out to any business that's reaching out to me to do the same thing. Like, you know how many people ask me, hey, if I just give you $10,000, can you trade for me and give me? That's not how it works. It don't work like that. Everyone says the same thing. I'm just going to give you money, you trade and you keep a certain percentage. That's not what I'm offering. I already have to bite my own nails to risk my own money. I'm not risking my family members' money. It's just not going to happen. Yeah, but they think that, if they just make obviously they see what I'm doing. They know I'm, obviously they see what I'm doing. They know, they're not stupid. Watch, I'll post it in the Discord so you guys can see what I'm talking about. No, it wasn't easy, but we had to wait for it, but look, I told everyone, if we get above a certain level, then we have to look the other way. You need to be taking those those verbal cues into account. That means I'm telling you when we're stopping out. Yeah, I didn't read it too much. I got the gist of whatever they're saying, Sebs, and I get that offer often. I get that offer quite a bit, but no, this other company wanted me to pretty much join they don't have a Discord, they have something else that they do, something like Discord, I guess, and to do all the trading, and then to take credit for my intellectual property. Absolutely not. Thank you for the offer, and I appreciate, obviously you're reaching out to me because you see the value, but absolutely, look at the money we just printed, and I know you want a part of it, and I think all those companies reaching out to me, you need to join my Discord. I'll send a screenshot. Let me let this play out. I'll put a screenshot in the Discord. I don't want to sound ungrateful or anything like that. I'm very grateful, and I never even thought in a million years that I'd even make it to this point here when I first started, but here we are, and I've worked very hard, and I've cried in fart pillows. I've talked to hummingbirds, cried in started fart pillows for a while, and I just can't give that up and say, oh, okay, well, someone else is going to take the credit for everything that I've worked for. That just can't happen. Or I'm going to do all the work and just give you a certain percentage of my work. No, you need to join the Discord. You'll be fine. If you got all that money, look at the money we're printing right now. If you got all that money, which it is a lot, then you'll do great, right? Stop being cheap. Stop being cheap. You already have all the money. You'll be fine. You see my results. You're obviously sending me an email for a reason. I'll take a screenshot of the email and put it in the Discord so you guys can see. Look at this money. Look at the money we're printing. Oh my gosh. All right, I told you the algo's changing up. It's green now, right? Look at this. Look at the money we just printed. All right, adjust your stops now. Don't get greedy. Right? We survived the hard part. Now you adjust your stops. And look, if you're watching this and you're interested in learning how to do this, you got to join the Discord. You're not going to do it off of trading off of YouTube. It's just not going to happen. Look at the money we are printing right now. Where's the mascot? Look at this. God dang. God damn, it feels good to be a gangster sometimes. We just had to be patient. When I told everyone, if we get above a certain level, then we got to look the other way. Until then, we're still in. Look at the money we just printed. And to all the other companies, I know you're watching and I appreciate that, but if you want your company if you want your company to thrive and to print numbers, you got to join my Discord. You gotta do my Discord. Oh, if that's the case, I'll give you a mil 50-50. Why? I don't get it. Why would I go $500,000 for what? That doesn't mean anything to me. I don't know if you're being serious or joking, but yeah, that like $500,000, that doesn't mean anything. That doesn't mean anything. Like, it would have to be a lot of money, like a lot. I'm not saying $500,000 is not a lot, but it would have to be way more than that. Way more than that. Like, every man has his price, and it's not $500,000. No way. No way. All right, don't get greedy here, okay? Start to adjust your stop. I'm not saying stop yourself out. I'm saying to adjust. This is why we can't rely on indicators. This is why certain things need to happen, and you need to stick with the plan. Stick with the strategy. It simply must be like that. I give all the strategies, entries and exits on, it's in the Discord. It's in there. We know exactly what to do. I even told everyone how to play this. I told everyone how to play this. I told you what was going to happen. I mean, there's literally nothing more I can do. If you look, I even have a red line here. I told you how to play the red line. If you want to chase it, fine. If you're waiting for the retest, fine. You know, there's only so much I can do. All right, I'm gonna tighten up my stop. I'm probably gonna, I can't sit here and do this all day, so I need to, I'm gonna adjust. I'm gonna make it tight. I'm gonna make it tight. Oh, wee. Yeah, I couldn't do it. Also, you know, Jones, I work very, very hard. Oh shit, hold on. I just ruined the stream. I worked very hard to get here. So, you know, I put in a lot of work to get here. And it means a great deal to me that they're very large companies. Or I don't even know their company. Whatever it is. Whatever whatever their scheme is or scam is. Not that it's a scheme or scam. You may be an upstanding person, but I've just worked very hard and you know, I don't need it that bad. I don't need it that bad. I sit around in Gucci flip-flops and a robe all day. Like $500,000, that's not gonna do it. If we went like, man, if I had to put a number on it, I'd probably say like 10 million, then I'll talk. But no, not $500,000. All right, this one got my first set. I'm gonna put my second set really tight as well. This one got my first set. I'm gonna put my second set very tight. I'm not gonna sit here all day and do, okay, come on, let's go. Let's go, one more. I wanna see if we can hit bottom of blue again. I'm chasing this, so if I get stopped out, I get stopped out. There's a lot of money on the line right here on this red. There's already, look, I told everyone, set alerts. There's no reason to sit here and watch it like a hawk. Set an alert because we know what needs to happen. There's no reason to sit here and watch it. The alerts go, you know, I'm sitting, look at the, oh boy. Oh my gosh. The reason why I'm sitting here, hold on. Okay, whatever happens, happens. I already stopped out on my first set. Gosh darn it. Okay. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Little more. Little more. I'm chasing this. I don't care. I'm chasing it. I'm chasing it. I don't care. Because I'm not cut out for significant drawdown. I'm not cut out for that. It hit exactly where I wanted it to. Now I'm being a little bit greedy. Okay. Okay. Come on. Come on. Yes. Okay. This is the part that I hate. I'm going to back off just a... No, I'm not. I got to keep my foot on the pedal right here. Okay. This one got me. This is a good trade. You know, if it goes down from here, that's fine. I'll accept it. Nothing I can do now. But this one, this is a good trade. Oh, don't do that. Don't do that. I should have took it right on blue when I said I was, but got a little greedy. I got a little bit greedy. I should have taken on blue. It may keep going, but oh man, that was a great trade. This look at the entry on green. I told everybody on green. I told everyone look for the hold on, wait, watch. I told everyone look for the dance. What's the dance? Down, up, down. That's the dance. When this candle happened, I was like, look, if we get above, I forgot what number. I think I said 30. If we get above this lick box, then we have to look the other. Oh, no. I said this up here. 36.92. I said if we get above 36.92, then we have to look the other way. So if we're going down now, looking the other way, above 36.92, what it mean? We need to look for calls. Meaning, unfortunately, the stop, probably had to be up here. Unfortunately, but that's what it is. This is the, damn it. Damn it. Look, now it's still going. All right, I'm not gonna be upset. We can all look back and say I could have done better, but that was the risk I was willing to take. I'm okay with that. If you're still holding, then you did better than I did. I like taking that key level. I just like taking at key levels, and I'm just comfortable with that. So I'm not going to be too upset. What I should have done was my original thought, which was on blue. That's what I would have actually been happy with, but instead I let it go back. Okay, damn, I forgot what I was saying now. Anyways, this was an absolutely phenomenal trade. I mean, it really doesn't get any better than this. It just simply does not get any better than this. We had a good day. We had a very good day. Really stingy. I know, right? Rupees. Pesos? Oh, hell no, not pesos. I need the money. Oh my God. Look, we're all doing this together. Everyone's in it. We're doing this together. We had a good day. Dang. I'm not going to be upset. I'm not going to be upset. Maybe a little bit upset. Maybe a little bit. No, stop. I'm gonna have to be okay with this, because what's gonna happen is I'm gonna start getting FOMO, and I'm gonna want to jump in on any red candle now, or actually any green candle. I'm gonna want to jump in on any green candle that shows up, because I'm gonna get FOMO, and this is how it happens. Any green candle from here, I'm so tempted to get that little bit extra that I maybe if I all right, look, I have to look away. Let's not say that I didn't tell you there's heavy resistance at 34.89. If 34.89 breaks, heavy support. If 34.89 breaks, it's going to break. It's gonna break. And it's gonna move. Damn, look at this. Come on, man. I got stopped out here. Alright, I need to look away because I'm gonna start getting upset. I'm gonna start getting upset. I need to look away. And I always try to preach to you all to, hold just a little bit. Of course, the candle's gonna retrace, but in my mind, I'm hitting my target. I'm hitting the target. This is in my mind. So, and I don't know how many times, Jones can tell you, how many times I'm just like, where I don't get out all the way, and then I end up losing on my second set. So, damn it. All right. Paula says, so basically close the gap from pre-market. Wow. Stopped out early, but it is what it is. Yeah, I know, man. I'm trying not to be upset, but the more I look at it, I can feel it. Every green candle, I'm just like, and then I'm thinking, well, I made money. I can just do less contracts and still be okay. But then, I'll just be, I need to get up and walk away. That's what I need to do. Because this probably isn't good for my mental. Or at least if I would have taken on blue when I wanted to, maybe I'll be okay with that. But look at the money. If you're still holding and you're better than me, look at the money that was printed. Look at this red. I told everybody I have alert on green. I had an alert on red. This is what it is. I told everyone green. When this green breaks, they changed the algo. They changed it. It's green now. We wanted to build in the purple. I didn't finish off the purple. We wanted to build in the purple and then break the green. Now this candle right here, it didn't really bother me much. It didn't bother me at all, actually. I'm pretty sure everyone heard me say, all right, let's see what they got. Let's see what they got. No, don't FOMO back in. I'm not going to tell you what to do, but look, every green candle, I just think I can get something out of it. Anyways, look, we're at key level right here, 32.96. So just be cautious right here. We're at key level. We're at a real key level. So look, it broke, retested 36.10 all the way down to 32.9. Gosh darn it. Damn it, Paula. It's okay. Tomorrow's another day. I could have done so much better on this. But we're always going to look back and say we could do better. But look, from this red, I had a red line here for everybody. But anyways, the green was the thing. So now we see that. And then I even said, watch out for the dance. Whenever you see the dance, this is the dance right here. It was kind of textbook. We need to start using this 5-minute chart because the 1 minute it's gonna be a little bit hectic. We need to use a 5-minute chart. It's smoother. This green candle didn't really affect me. The reason why I mentioned that if we get above 36.92, then we need to look the other way is because I figured if you're in this green now, or meaning if you're in the put now on green, I just wanted to give you a little bit of confidence to stay in because it still has all this room to play. It has all this room to play. If we get above this, then we got to look the other way, right? Then we know we're stopped out. And I get it. That's a significant drawdown. How much is this? From 35. I get it. That's a significant drawdown, but these are the rules. We got to play within the rules. It's going to be easier to win the game when we play within the rules. And I said earlier, we're in blue until we're not. This was the thing. There's only so many things I can say to tell you all exactly how to make money, like with precision. Now, all it takes is you need to just let the play out. If it didn't go above whatever shit I said, technically it should have been technically way up here, 38.90, but I was a little more I knew, or not that I knew, but kinda. Oh my goodness. And Jens Derek, again, you need to join my Discord, homie. I don't know if you're female or male, but you need to join my Discord. If you're trying to make money, wasting, you're sitting here. I know you're watching the stream. I know you see what's happening. The easy way, what you're doing is the easy way. You're just asking someone else to do the work, and you're going to I get it. That's a way to invest. Sure, it's a thing. I get it. I get the offer all the time, but you want to be able to do it on your own. You want to be able to do it on your own to where you don't have to divide anything with me. You keep all your money that you keep what you kill, so to speak, or you keep, I don't even know if I can say that on YouTube, but you're going to make your own path. You don't want me to create the path for you. Now I'm showing you the path. It's up for you to walk that path, Jens. It's up for you to do it. You don't want to depend on me forever. What if I get sick? What if, I got a bad heart, homie. All I'm saying is, obviously you got a little bit of change to work with. Make it work for you. And there's no, and if you think because you have all the money that you're above that, you just rather let other people do the work because you're above sitting here doing the damn thing. I kind of get that too, right? You've worked your way to a certain level and you have a certain amount of money, fine. But you don't want me to be in control of your financial success. And in a certain light, you've already made it success. So why don't you learn how to do it on your own? Take up the challenge. You need to join the Discord. That's the answer. That is the answer. If you want my help, that's the best help I can give you. How do I know? Go check all my live streams. Go check all of them. You'll see. I'll take like 1,000 Bitcoin. Okay, I'm gonna let this settle out. I gotta get up and walk around a bit. I need to circulate some blood. This was an amazing trade. If you didn't want to take the green, and look, I'm glad we went through this exercise because look, you saw how, number one, we did the dance. Number two, this wick may have been a little scary. Not really, because it still never went above the last high. This candle may have been a little scary, not really, but because it was a green candle, I get it. But I couldn't have been any more clear. And then if none of this was good enough for you, then you always had this one down here. You always had the Red Ranger, okay? Let me let this settle out. I'm going to walk around. I need to circulate some blood. I suggest you do the same. Remember, do not consider this financial advice. Trading stocks involve risk. The owner of this channel, the traders that appear in the broadcast, and their affiliate companies are not liable for any losses inflicted in relation to its content. Once you get done reading that, once you understand what's happening right in front of your face, go to livespytrading.com. I'll get you sorted. Not a matter of if, but when. Now, this isn't a get-rich-quick scheme. It's going to take you some time because I speak weird. Right? I have weird terminology. I don't use the normal stock people terms, and I have drawings. So if I let the drawings talk, I let the yellow paths talk. You don't have to win them all. You don't have to win them all. But if you stick with it, if you stick to the plan, you stick to the strategy, we're going to win the war. We won't win every battle. That's not a thing. But we're going to win the war. I promise you that. And I can promise you that based on my record. The record you can look up for yourself. Go through my YouTube. Look at all the end of days. Look at the, now I'm starting to do the weekly analysis. Look at all that. That's data. That's the data you need to make a decision. It's not just someone and I'm doing it live and I'm doing it in real time. I'm not taking screenshots and then saying, oh, look at this screenshot that I did after the fact. I'm not doing that. Okay. So, this is real. This is legit. You can do it too. You can do it too. Anyways, let me, I gotta get up real quick. I'll be right back. Don't overtrade. All right, let's see what we got. Let's see what we got. All right, if you took the retest here, you need to start protecting this trade. Protect this trade, take your profit, whatever you're gonna do. It went from 34.69 down to 33.44. This is good money. This is good money. This is precision, right? You can't ask for anything better. You simply cannot. I mean, you could, but then you'd be greedy. I'm gonna borrow this chart. I'll use this one here. I'm gonna borrow this 1 minute chart. I'll be right back.
Rage on that beat, going crazy.
Look at this break and retest. Look at the precision on it. Look at this. Look at this. Come on. Come on. Now I know why they want to pay me so much money. Now I get it. So look, we're in blue until we're not, okay? We're in blue until we're not. I'm gonna set up some plays for the Discord. Because I'm gonna call it soon. I'm gonna call it. Let's see. All right, I'm gonna mute YouTube, and I'm just gonna be in Discord. So everyone, pay attention really quick. I'm gonna set up the plays for when I leave. I'll probably still be around in the background, but I'm gonna get off the live stream. So let me mute this really quick. Okay, so the Discord, we got our marching instructions, okay? We got our marching orders. Everyone knows what to do now. Everyone knows what to do. I'm going to call the stream here. I'll be in the Discord, but I'm going to be quiet. I got a couple other things I got to do. We had a good day. Let me go ahead and go over some of the plays if you're just joining. Early this morning, we had a break and retest of our key level. This was an absolute banger of a winner. We identified the purple as being our put scenario. Purple, win. We identified this blue as being our call scenario. Blue, win. Purple right here. We had a blue here too, but it was short-lived. You needed to be in and out quick. But the purple right here, this was the moneymaker. And if you didn't get this purple, then we had the green. We identified the green. And if that wasn't good enough, then we had our red ranger right here. Now the green would have been our call scenario. Here, I'll turn this white. However, the red was what we used. The red's what we used for not only this green, but we also had, if you wanted to take red ranger, win, or big win on the red because there was no retracement whatsoever. Also, we had a break and retest here. So if you would have taken the retest of this red right here, I just had it drawn, but if you missed it, then you missed it. You should have been here. This was another winner right here. So we had two opportunities on red. All right, Discord. Everyone knows what's going on. I fully explained everything in the best detail I could. So if you are on YouTube, I highly recommend you join the Discord. It's advantageous. You don't have to ask me. You don't have to believe me. Ask Amy. I'm offering free lessons or free sessions. You get one session for free. Check it out. If you decide to join, you get access to all the charts. You don't have to rely on me. I'm going to leave everybody with the setups for the day. Even when I'm not here, you're still going to be able to make money. And, you know, this is just for YouTube purposes, but it's really centered around the Discord. So if you're interested in learning how to trade with us, go to livespytrading.com so I can get you sorted out. It's not a matter of if, but when. Go to that website down there, right here, the website. And remember, do not consider this financial advice. Trading stocks involve risk. The owner of the channel, the traders that appear in the broadcast and their affiliate companies are not liable for any loss that inflict in relation to its content. And then after that, then you can go to livespytrading.com so I can get you sorted. YouTube, it's been a pleasure. Have a good day. Goodbye.